Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Yellow. Hi. Hi, 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 hi. Okay, un momento. I'm still fudging around with my capture. I was really worried that it was bugging. Oh, was she reading? Comics, but she can't read, so she's just looking at the pictures. This is actually my desktop background. It looks like this is going to be the way to capture the game. Because interestingly enough, it looks like itch games actually launch through Chromium, which I was not necessarily familiar with. But so when I actually am actively in the game, we'll be seeing this instead. Anytime I tab out, it's gonna auto make you guys look at my desktop background, but that's fine. That's fine. It's just my art. Web game? Technically, no. Technically, no. However, this game, Tangle Tower, it is, inspired by games like Professor Layton and the Phoenix Wright series. So we're going to have puzzles, we're going to have mysteries, we're going to have some point-and-click elements. More importantly, this game you can actually pick up in, pin this right here, manually unpinned or end of stream. There we go. You can pick this game up and literally 400 others in the itch.io California Fire Relief Bundle. Some other great games that are in there: Cat Lateral Damage, Octodad Deadliest Catch, and Super Lesbian Animal RPG. It is genuinely straight up a steal. If you're grabbing it for $10, you can choose to add more. Be able to show the games on screen. Actually, it's like 15 pages, but literally if I drag our page down here, you can't see because you need an account? What? Wait, that's crazy. Because I was able to view and actually make the purchase before technically, like, buying. Just straight up itch. Oh, is it because it says download? Oh, it's because it's download. Hold on. Okay. Let me let me grab this. We're gonna rectify this real quick. Please don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. And there we go. I'm also gonna change the link out that ended up on Blue Sky real quick. Delete this post. As $10 to support people affected area fires. Okay. Here's a question. Can you guys actively hear the game's background music? That's actually something that I did not readily figure out. I was fiddling with stuff in the pre-stream for like a half hour, but I was also maybe watching trash TV too. So, like, you know. Okay, there we go. Not under glorious stream BG music. Okay, I'll pop that out. No more music for you. None. No more. Okay. No worries, what are you doing? Don't just say things. Don't just say things. Ugh, I'm gonna have to unhide all of my audio sources to check this. Unhide all. It's actually not that bad. No, I'm not sure you guys can readily hear that. Okay, you know what? No audio saved for my duh. Okay, let me... Apologies, that setup is bleeding over. Okay, go into here. You can't see what I'm doing. This would be so much easier if I could put this on a game capture, but because it's Chromium, it really wants to be a display or a window capture. Here's a thought. Let's try this. Put it like what? Me going, of course. Okay. You can't see it. Can you hear it? No? I don't think so. This is a mystery. Oh, I was not expecting this to give me so much trouble. Okay. The other thing that I could do, we can just put on desktop audio. That might mean we get sound effects and stuff doubling. Is that worth it? Should just be able to add an application audio source. Okay, so this, it's run through display capture. Display capture, I don't believe, lets you just capture the display audio. Okay, you are saying add... Let's try this. Are you an option? Oh. Well. Okay. Didn't even do anything in this particular instance. Oh. Okay, wait. I'm sorry if this is blowing your ears out. Can't blame Connor? Yes, you can. Oh, yes, you can. Okay, gonna blame the compute? No, this is me. This is 100% me. Okay, can I now? Grab these filters and put it on. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. This game is beautiful. You read things twice. Brain goes soft. Okay. There we go. That should be far more manageable audio. Okay. Let me know if it's blasting your ears out or anything, but this should be ready to go then. Okay. Connor puts a new duct tape on everything. What's a brain? It is the gooey center. Very quiet now, but not too sure. This is meant to be pretty low. This is ambiance. This is ambiance. So Dr. A to Dr. B, who sent over his sick people so that Dr. A could stay and work. I don't get it. Okay. Yo, look at this. Look at this right here. Oh, Okay, I'm gonna edit one more thing. It never ends. It never ends. Let me... transform. Okay. Oh. No, yeah, the capture is just wider than the actual game is. I'm like losing a bit of the game on the left. That's weird, because it shouldn't... It's not cropped. Huh. Right? No, okay, when I'm looking at this display capture, it is the resolution of the monitor. Reset transform. You know, yeah. Transform. Okay. Now I'm gonna open the game. Okay. Yes, that's so weird because it wasn't showing me that it was cropped in any way. Noah says this is the house that Chowder and Mung Doll lives in. Real. Okay, thank you so much for the scuff patience. Thank you so much. Okay. Wait a minute, now we're missing a bit off the bottom. Oh. The fact that it disappears a little. This is gonna be so worth it. The colors here are beautiful. The colors here are absolutely beautiful.
You ready, Sally?
Okay. Oh, all of China knows what's going on in my taskbar? Way too many things. Okay. How audible is the dialogue? That is the question.
I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Just checking.
They have good rapport. I love them already.
Do you have the map?
It's audible and it's low. We could bump it back up.
Yeah, but it's basically blank.
Grimoire when Grimlesh shows up. Real.
Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
What a responsible detective. Murder victim Freya Fellow, 19. Died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow, 58. Location, Flora's tower. Flora was present as she was posing for a portrait. Freya Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife is not paint. It was discovered to be blood. No magical girl, pilot. Oh, are we talking about, I Don't Want to Be a Magical Girl? Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Okay, people and things of interest. Small painting on a scrap of paper. A few notes have been written on the back. Nowadays, it just goes by Tangle Tower, but it's actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base. Oh, the music is doing something interesting. Coupe de Crayon looking fict. How dare you? Surrounded by a circular lake, the water is an unusual mix of colors. The lake is enclosed by sheer, pale cliffs. They're too steep and too smooth to climb. Why would you live here? Why would you live here? Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. Okay. Was Freya killed? And connections. Okay, that's cool. Like from Fortnite, I'm going to destroy you.
That's the little boat we used to cross the lake. It's the only way on or off the island.
What a comforting thought.
Yeah, no, we're just running around in here with a possible murderer.
That's the little boat. It's the only way.
What a comforting thought. I tied the boat up to the mooring post, so it'll stay put. For now. Probably.
Probably.
Loving the confidence.
His dopey face. That's good.
The ground's moist, but it's not muddy. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
Talking about the weather. Detective Maid on the job. Real.
That's a big lake.
It's kind of purple. Looks poisonous.
I think it's just water.
Yeah. Water with poison in it.
What would cause the water to look like that? That's a question.
Mountains.
Mountains. Give it a schlarp.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains.
Okay, what would you call that geographical formation
They're
then?
more like cliffs.
Fair.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier.
No one comes in. No one goes out.
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous. Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
It's not a ladder.
Right. It's a garden,
Real.
I think. It's currently far away.
We could walk closer to it.
Hey, you know you could move, right?
Ready when you are.
Do you think anybody's watching us from one of those windows?
Probably. Knowing how many people are supposed to live there? Like 2 families?
Maybe. Let's wave just in case.
Your little smile's really good.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
All the water here looks weird.
They're even singing a little tune.
Please don't do that.
Boundaries. For the giant glowing yellow eye. Way up over there? Can't click on that. Don't think I see anything else like that. Okay. So Our ability to travel is the map. These little scrimblows. These little guys. Okay. Gurdons. That's a bear.
Spooky.
Bear. Somehow completely forgot that could also refer to the
I
sun.
think it's for.
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
Is it working?
No.
What do you
It's a
think?
statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Wow.
Playing a harp.
playing a harp.
Don't be a hater.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
This isn't
Puzzle.
just a regular statue, is it?
Okay.
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
Okay, so it is telling us not to fiddle with it. Yeah, some of these are really esoteric symbols. Okay. I just want to peek them. I'm wondering if these completely esoteric symbols are going to be replaced with more comprehensible ones later.
Let's come back later. It must do something.
But yeah, not being able to brute force it, that is nice and fair. Rorschach test,
You'd
boys.
hope so, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm. Okay. An old, weathered-looking statue of an amphibious creature holding a harp. Symbols are engraved on each of the harm's 4 column segments. Neat. Neat, neat, neat. All of the art here is beautifully colored and shaped and rendered. The fact that they get away with such simplicity in some of the background elements, like this archway, without it feeling out of place is great.
What animal is that?
Bird.
Hawk, bear, lizard.
Bird.
Right, of course.
Realistically, if you asked me to genuinely guess, Griffin?
A hawk, bear, lizard.
Money's on Griffin. Egg.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's an egg.
Symbolism. Mushroom.
This is some garden.
No mushroom comment? Boxard.
Plants all look a little strange to you.
I mean, they're getting that weird water. They could be a little weird. That one ring right there. There's more visual emphasis than the other
It's full
ones.
of the same weird water that was in the lake.
That's why the plants are weird.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
Oh,
It's a cassette tape. Or it used to be.
nasty. The cassette tape has been damaged by water. The ink on the label is blurred and illegible. Neat.
It's a bandstand.
Polymesmerization Yu-Gi-Oh card water?
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
You could just call it a gazebo. You don't have to get that technical. Says one of the most technical dorks here. Main entrance. Ring that bell. I want to ring that bell. That's a letter.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
It might be an invasion of privacy, but if it's already opened, it's not a federal offense.
No, definitely.
The water isn't spiked with happy juice. No, here, try some. Drinking the Kool-Aid. Uh-oh. The envelope has been ripped open. There's a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. That's not scary at all. No?
you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
I hope so.
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Boo. It's cut.
Looks like someone tried to chop it down, but then gave up.
Is this tree wrapped around the house?
Can you blame them?
For what? Chopping it or giving up?
Little bird feeders.
Oh wait, those aren't feeders. Those are little cage. Well, they could have food in them.
How do you know they're for birds?
You know? Could be for bats.
Huh, there's a heart engraved in the tree.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know people actually did that.
Okay. Clearly this man has never walked on, like, a park trail.
PPFF.
PPFF. Or it's PFPF. Depends on which way you read it. I gotta save the bell for last.
It's red, but I don't think it's painted.
Redwood?
It's just red.
Redwood?
Oh.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Tangle Tower.
He's a dope.
Or...
They're both dopes.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Yes, 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 yes.
Why would we not?
Yes, 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 yes. Good.
It's a little melody.
Door.
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
Them's the
I'm
rules.
pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Ooh. 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 Choices.
Let's head to the crime scene first.
I didn't know that's what I was picking, but okay.
It's at the top of the West Tower, I think.
Oh, never mind. They gave me the illusion of a choice. That's all. Mm-hmm. Okay. You.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
He's very pleased.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
F.
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
P.
This one has a big P.
That's probably important.
How very P-ceptive of you.
They didn't go for the low-hanging fruit. Darn.
What is that?
Family tree.
I think it's a family tree.
Sounds boring. It's F and P. Okay. Palorder. Palladier. Palladiu. Palordu. Okay, so Fiona ended up being a fellow. We have Stonetop and Brackley. Also a Dusk, and Everstone, and Remington. Fiona, no siblings. Or wait, hold on. Okay, married, 3 children. Yeah, so theoretically no siblings, right? Siblings here. Siblings here. Siblings here? Yes? I think I'm reading that right. We'll find out. Can't wait to see our favorite busy boy again. Who are we thinking of?
It's a big glass tube filled with water.
Mm-hmm. Aquarium.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it.
Incorrect, the plants are living.
Anymore.
They had dinner. One I got from Grandma's yesterday. I'm squinting real hard. Noah, this is lost on me. I know I was playing Hades off stream. Who she let me take to school. I am completely lost in what you mean.
Stairs?
You look so dopey sometimes.
It's not locked.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Fair. The letter? This clears up the letter on the right. P? P? You're freaking my bean. What is... I'm so confused. Oh, right. So we're especially being... Favorite little bit... Okay. Okay. You were misspelling busy boy. And also just randomly dropping Great God Grove. You could have been so much clearer, Noah. This isn't scary at all. I know you. Incredibly esoteric, yes. Eye.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
Why is there an eye up there?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
Is Grim afraid of heights? That tracks. He also did not comment on the... He did not Why would you put that up there? Okay, obvious person here. Hi.
Let's take a look at that painting first.
What? Okay, listen. I'm an introvert. I can be incredibly asocial. If there's a human person in the room with you, on a murder investigation, you talk to them. Okay.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
Okay, yeah, so we do get parts where it's just sketch. Freya was unable to finish the painting, as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood. Spooky dooky.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's
Check
just
this out.
because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene.
Check them out.
Something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
Oh, I love those animations. When they get my bad sides, you gotta literally come out of the painting and shiv them. Goodness. Okay. So I have seen a little bit of this game. I do kinda know how we could advance this really quickly, but I also just kinda want to fiddle around. Because Freya was gonna eat it. It was removed from the scene? Because Freya put it there.
Flora's portrait is completely covered in blood because Freya put it there. Nope. Flora's portrait is completely covered in red paint because Freya put it there. That's not right.
Oh, they're giving me a hint up there. Strunk. Because Freya was gonna eat it. And inside, holding a knife tipped with blood. Laura's portrait is holding a knife tipped with Freya fellow. Because Freya was gonna eat it. Normal sentences. Normal sentences. It's used to knock out. It's gonna eat it because Freya put it there. How do we do that?
A gramophone was used to knock out Flora Fellow because Freya put it there. That's not right either.
As mentioned, I do know exactly how we advance this. Okay. Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood. Because it stabbed Freya.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm.
He looks so proud.
Standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
You also can't arrest a painting, so no justice. An unfinished painting. Is this like Act 1 then, right here? Okay. Human talk time.
Flora Fellow?
Spooky dookie. You could burn it.
Sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Okay, eyes down.
What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
Okay, we can interrogate her. If she talks back to us at all.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
Bombarding her.
She's not
one at a
going
time.
to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried. Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it.
True.
We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
She's weird from all the weird water.
Flora Fellow?
Her voice is the wind.
Sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Did we already go through this one?
Nothing. What do we do?
I think we did.
Sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
We can pause this dialogue, but we can't, like, speed through it. Oh, statement.
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you
It's the
tell me
banana
anything about what
hairstyle.
happened to Freya?
Leave Girly alone. She's 58.
She's acting pretty suspicious, if you ask me.
I don't know.
Does this mean she has an
Maybe
undercut?
She really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
Because they knocked her out with a gramophone. That's what I'm betting my money on, gramophone. Okay, this haircut would have to be cut, like, here. That's... If it was higher, I'd call it an undercut, but... Curly? What? Okay. It's too satisfying not to spam. Oh, Lord. I hope that isn't super obnoxious on stream. Can I do anything with these? Oh, okay, it shows us symbols for how we have interacted with them, I think? Ooh. Okay.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
You can kind of just
What is that
open
you're
the
holding and painting,
topics
Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
and investigate with them. Flora mad her granddaughter get the super long neck jeans. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's exhausted everything. Plant.
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
Cat Brain says knock it down.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
Curse smash. Okay, what at?
It's so dark back there.
Darkness, confirmed.
Somehow the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
Wow, Grimoire learns about the angles of light. Amazing.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
I
Okay,
think it's a container for something.
this is another puzzle that I do know how to blitz through. Once we're past this puzzle, all the content of this game will be completely new to me.
Those gems look like they come off.
So that's not a security issue at all for your rare gemstones. Okay, we got shapes, we got colors. If you look at this side, and you look at this side, you'll notice some of the shapes repeat. So I'm going to focus on this one right here. Short side has red, long side has green. Looks like this right here. Ooh, here we go. Okay. It's almost this shape, but it doesn't have a hard edge. Short side and a long side. It'll be this right here. Short purple, long blue. These two should be good. I think that's distinct enough to find. Ooh, right here. And it looks like we have pink on both ends. Be deliriously easy. Okay. This one has an extra hook. Right here. Hook side has red, other side blue. Okay. Wiggle side has purple. Other side has yellow. Okay, here's a loopy. Shortest side has green. This... Is you correct? Okay, double checking my work. Short side. Oh, I think.
No, that was it.
Okay, yeah, we just have to, like, input the solution.
Nice work.
Okay, all puzzles past this point, I will have to figure it out from scratch.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Bum bum bum!
Nothing.
So disappointing.
I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
True. Totally normal artifact to have. Once unlocked, the egg can be opened. It's currently empty. The lining of the egg is soft, velvet-like material inside. The egg is supported by a stand made of brass. It rests on 3 strange feet with pointed claws. Neat, neat, neat. Boop.
Freya's painting supplies.
Small glass pots of red, yellow, blue, black, and white paint. The very basics. Nice. Glass pots are all cracked down one side.
Freya's painting supplies.
Oh, okay. The other side of the easel is not different.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Okay. Palette has a variety of paints loaded onto it. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. The paintbrush is still covered with dried red paint.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle.
Almost implies that the stab went right through her, which knife doesn't do.
No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
With a single stab wound on her chest, no weapon was found. Yeah, this is kind of just hammering home that there's some weirdness happening. What's this do? Ah! Don't need that right now. Oop. Okay. Glamourphone.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
Good taste. It plays cassette tapes instead of vinyl records. It's pointed towards the middle of the room. There's noticeable... I think that's a grammatical issue right there. There's noticeable crack running through it, all the way from the horn down through the tape deck. It would either have to be singular, there's a, or plural cracks. Right? We do have a tape, this is true. Not on this screen?
What about the cassette tape?
Never mind.
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
Not the one we have. It's cute. To Freya. Do that? No. Can't drag and drop.
Do you think it still works?
Okay.
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
They're referring to the copies, not a cocaine gramophone. Uh-oh. Try it. Okay. This is nice. So is the crack is meant to imply that it was in the gramophone when it was damaged?
It's piano music.
It's a recording of piano music. Plays for a short while before stopping. Anything suspicious at the end? No. Okay, well, it was a little suspicious. Oh, creepy. You could stop that. Okay. Okay, that sounds like outside. It sounds like wind and birds. Backwards humming, maybe?
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Oh, not backwards. Recording of someone walking outdoors. A distorting, humming melody can be heard. Backwards. Reveals nothing. Okay, let's take you right up to the end. Normal ending. Okay. Did we come up through this hatch?
That's the only door in and out of the room.
Apparently so.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
No, that's not a hatch on the floor. That's a... it's a door that's been knocked down. Hey, brush.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Okay, we have seen that before. Boop. I guess we go back out. Oh, well, we could show her the other things that we just investigated. Egg.
Flora, this is your egg?
Is it?
Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there, or is it always empty?
Get absolute nothing answers from her. Okay.
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked?
Crack tape. Nada. Nothing. Mute queen. Okay, can we just go anywhere now? Yes. Yes, we can traipse through the whole house. Oh. Okay. This is pretty. Ooh, okay, here is the front door. So there's the statue, there's the bandstand.
Hi.
OMG, hi!
A pointless little stone tower.
It's a one-man bandstand.
No, might be a good hiding place.
Wanna play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
Ooh. I get it if it just, you know, was worn down over time, but,
It's a sea serpent,
headless sea serpent.
turned into stone by a wizard.
Awesome.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
Slate it.
Beheaded by the same wizard.
Are these mushrooms so big?
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
I want a mushroom burger.
Not in real life.
I think that was a little fourth wall break on purpose. Okay, you. Okay.
Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. This is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
Ooh.
You're not on the Freya fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
Two detectives.
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
Okay, so both detectives are crazy. Established.
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty.
She could lie to us. The Llama Queen. I hope she kicks her butt.
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No.
It's not useless. Depending on the time period, you could you could fingerprint that thing. You could match handwriting. Come on.
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no then.
She's like, ooh, we're ahead of you.
Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps?
You wouldn't put it in a shallow little pond. Not even a pond. That's a man-made fountain structure. That's not hiding something. That's losing something in my mind.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
Oh? Okay.
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
Okay, I like Sally and Hawkshaw's dynamic too.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well...
Oil
we
paint,
know
probably.
Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told?
His little downward glance like he's full of shame. But yeah, if it's oil paint, then it does stand a good chance of still being wet. Well past a day or two.
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so.
Neither we haven't.
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was
Boo.
disappointed too.
Boo. Why even have a mansion if there's no secret rooms?
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
Okay. Okay, we can ask her about
Freya
people
Feller
too.
is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day,
Well, was
she had
here.
identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
Pause. That implies that Hawkshaw was at Tangle Tower before the murder happened. What was she hired for then, if it wasn't Freya's murder?
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective. Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
Strange lady.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
Hi, Wong. We're playing Tangle Tower. Comfort Streamer has returned. Yeah. So, Tangle Tower is a Professor Layton or Phoenix Wright style murder mystery game. We got some puzzles, we got gorgeous animations, we have delicious background art, and some point-and-click elements. Right now, we are investigating another detective who for some reason was here before the murder happened. And I haven't figured out why yet.
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours.
Exactly.
5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? Cool.
Sally.
You really think so?
That could have been a big faux pas. Requesting we try the free demo of Haste Broken Worlds. Hey man, toss in my inbox. We'll see if I vibe with it. And statement
Towards
time.
the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square.
I hope we have a whodunit moment later. So, It's made by the same guys who made Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. I haven't played that game either.
The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled, that much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Okay, I think that's all we got for Hawkshaw.
It's Tangle Tower. Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
Okay.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
It's not gemstones, Grimoire. You're just stupid.
AKA a greenhouse.
Okay. Greenhouse. What is... Bug.
That's a handsome beetle.
Wait, I didn't even see this. This monolith over here staring at us. I went on about talking to people first when you enter a room when we were in Fellow Tower, and then I got distracted by a bug.
Looks like he might have magic powers.
Awesome. He has nothing to say. Okay. Hi. Oh,
Sally, don't move.
why did his eyes go purple?
Watch.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
Hey, sir.
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right. Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
And why are you so tall?
Wait,
I don't know.
I just asked people that. Have any cool bugs at Michigan? It's hard for me to identify which is cool when they're, you know, a level of mundane to me. We have cicada killer wasps. Those are the wasps, the type of wasps that will sting a cicada so that it's paralyzed but alive, bring it to its nest, and then do an Alien the movie. It does an Alien the movie to it. Nature. Okay, let's ask this guy some stuff.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like...
For an idiot?
As if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
Okay, Fritz isn't just quote-unquote the gardener. Because he's related to the family. He is in the fellow family. He just likes gardening. He doesn't have to call himself a gardener. Or the gardener. He can call himself a gardener, but the gardener is weird. You're weird, buddy.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
What gardens do you have?
Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
Okay, so we would go into the statement next. Just the ominous pause. Okay, ask you about the herb statue.
To me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. How odd.
Police person, who did it? Detective Connor? That person did it. Completely oblivious to everything else but the insect on the leaf. You got to sleep in a farmhouse once in Austin outside the city at night. The entrance had moths, scorpions, wolf spiders, and a lot of isopods. Growing up, the barn that my childhood house had on its property would oftentimes have woolly bear caterpillars in it. Because woolly bear caterpillars will hibernate over winter before metamorphosing. They turn into beautiful tiger moths. They're also just really cute as caterpillars because they're so fuzzy and completely harmless. And when they are getting ready to hibernate, or if you disturb them, they roll up into a ball as a defense. They're so good.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Okay. Might be Poppy's tape. Painting.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
They knocked her out with the gramophone! They knocked her out with the gramophone! Hi, Dada. I'm playing the game? Yes. Art looks nice. It's gorgeous. I want to eat it. Nom, 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 nom. Okay, let's talk about Tangle Tower.
This painting gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
Save some for the rest of you. Come get some. You can actually get this game for an absolute steal of a price in the itch.io California Fire Relief bundle. The bundle also has some fantastic games that make the price an absolute, robbery. You can get Octodad, you can get Cat Lateral Damage, you can get Super Lesbian Animal RPG, and a number of other fantastic games. Okay, I'm gonna ask about the gramophone.
Belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so both the damage tape and the gramophone. How about the crack
Looks
tape?
like it might belong to Poppy.
Okay, Poppy is just musically inclined then. Had you at Lesbian? It is a fantastic role-playing game with gorgeous colors and quite the story. How should I sum it up? It is the coming-of-age story of a cleric rabbit in a world with magic, RPG classes, but also modern society. Gosh, it's been a minute since I even thought about Super Lesbian Animal RPG, so my summary of it is going to be a bit light, but I definitely recommend it. I think you would you would get some mileage out of it. Also, you can kiss your girlfriend in battle. You can kiss your girlfriend in battle. Currently searching the SGNC plan for Michigan. Ooh, that's neat. And cute. Mm-hmm. The story goes some real interesting places too. I could just run through all of these with them.
Different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
Fun story.
He had an interesting response to that. As an assignment where you have to pick a state? Ooh.
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
You don't know who hired them.
And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
Oh, Sally. We have no lizards over there, but we do have turtles and snakes. Yep. And a small amount of salamanders. Then we mention how we picked the egg, and then Fitz loses his composure to demonic laughter. Lizards must not be very cold tolerant? Absolutely not.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the Fellow Tower.
You know what we do have in Michigan? Massasauga rattlesnakes. I believe that is the only rattlesnake in our area. Perhaps the only rattlesnake that goes this far north.
This could be interesting.
Yeah. We'll go. r/male living spaces. r/. He's gotta be hitting his head on these. He's gotta be hitting his head on these.
Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
What the hell?
They're just decorative.
Decorative.
Oh, so decorative. An empty glass and an empty plate.
Is it weird that seeing a plate with scraps on it just makes me want to go eat right now?
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Me and Sally have different responses to the concept of food.
Why?
I don't know.
Because this room is pathetic? Because this room is pathetic. That's why, Sally.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front.
Aww.
Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
I think there's more than one person who would have that initials, but my mind's coming specifically to Penelope Pointer, especially because we know that, like, they interact.
That poor plant.
Yeah.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad.
It could use a bigger pot. You admire minimalism? There is a line where minimalism goes from healthy to unhealthy. This minimalism shows absolutely no personality, joy, or enrichment. Dada says that's you raising hand. Are we talking about this living space? Or something else? Oh, wait. Yeah, Noah's right. All the fellows have F first names and the pointers have P first names. Okay, you're right. That swept over my head. Ah, you got a pothos for your birthday. I have pothos. I also have to tie the pothos up and keep it very high so my cats do not eat it. Because it can absolutely do them very bad. Dada says, what if their personality is on their computer? This man does not have a computer in here.
I think it would rather be outside.
I'm gonna catch Sally walking out of this room with the plant. Okay, lockbox.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
What a snoop.
Doesn't need to be. It's locked.
True.
It's a combination lock. Sort of.
Okay, doesn't look like we can rotate this. However, we can use these pieces to make multiple shapes. So one of this. Okay, I see another one. One of that. We already do this one? I don't think so. That's this right here. I mean, if we're able to make one of each of them, that kind of defeats purpose, doesn't it? No. Okay, this right here is one of these. The order... It's interesting, though. Looking at one of these, we know we have one of those. Unless these are different, because this one's rounded. Okay, looks like each of these rows do have a unique set of shapes by a small margin at the very least. So actually, if we pay closer attention, this has more of a point than this. So this is out, this is in. Left and right, probably correct. Seen that. You. Looks like you right there. Seen you. Okay. It's the other shape. Beam that. Okay, that's what we have here, is that right there. Yeah. Teardrop. This row is what we're looking at changing. I think I saw that one before, but I'm not sure. Wong saying, oh no, is this Professor Layton? A little bit. I love Professor Layton. Let's go back to this. Okay, that was row 3 right here. That's row 4. Puzzles, my beloved. Ah, good news. You don't have to do the puzzles. You just get to watch me scrumble around with them. Is that it right there? Yes.
That's done it.
Yeehaw. You think a column 2 is teardrop? So there's a couple of teardrop shapes, but that one was the most teardroppy shape? Hershey's Kiss? Yeah, that's a good shape.
Neat.
It's a good way to describe it. Invasion of privacy, let's go.
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
What is it? I don't think that's ominous. No, this is sentimental. We have ribbon snakes in Michigan. I'm trying to think if I'm aware of that or not. If they're little itty-bitty shoelace-like guys, then I believe I've seen them before. But yeah, no, like, the fact that it's locked is a little ominous, but no, this is cute. Okay, but...
Doesn't look soft.
Saddest room ever.
It's locked, but it leads outside.
Oh, okay, so we didn't come in this way.
We're halfway up a tower.
Garter snakes, but skinny. Okay.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Okay. More puzzle. Interesting. If we arrange them like this, then it would be a pattern wherein the moon is equal distance from the sun every time. Minesweeper
Nothing.
blows up in our face.
Tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots, are they connected?
Maybe they're connected, but also not connected.
Okay, you can actually... You don't have to put them one in each row. This is a gardener. If we're talking about seasons, spring, summer, fall, winter, that have something to do with daylight savings. If we were moving the moon tiles on top of the sun tiles, I'd say, you know, eclipses, but we're doing the other way around, and the sun definitely does not go on top of the moon ever. Just put the suns on the moon. It's not, you know, it's worth trying.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
That's what I'm thinking.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
Yeah, I feel like this has a clue connected somewhere else. There really is not much to work with here. Okay, Trying to remember if the sun sets early in winter or if it sets early in summer.
Ah, didn't work.
You know, I think this might be one of a pair.
What? The whole thing?
Yeah, something about those symbols. The duality of the sun and moon, you know?
If you say so.
I'm with Sally on this one.
Once we know what to do.
Agreed. Okay, so that will open once we unlock it. Let's go back to Fitz. I just want to look at the room some more. Could also ask him about the trowel.
This one's in a little pot.
Noodle bonsai with pears.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
Bet. Hand it over.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Potted fruit with a hard gemstone-like skin. The soil in the pot is an unusual blue color. Neat. Neat, neat, neat.
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
Wow, someone tall must have put them there.
To you, maybe.
We're calling Sally short. Bro's lurking. Bigfoot over here.
2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about.
I bet it's a schedule.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Beta, alpha. What are the other 2? That's what she said, question mark. Monk says they always like horror game puzzles. Oh, always like when horror games pause the game during puzzles. Yeah. It would be horrible to make the player do the puzzle in real time, but also, yeah, that is funny. Is this Theta? Not sure.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Actually, I should pay attention to what's in there,
A
too.
little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about.
Oh, because yeah, this is more Greek. Okay. I am not familiar with Greek
What do
characters.
you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
I'm using Greek and Roman notations. I'm dead. Hey, Fitz. Guess what I got?
Sonos fits?
Yes.
Yeah.
Went through your shit.
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
He looks so crumpled about that. The zombies judging you as you struggle with the puzzles is more damaging than their bites.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony.
Sometimes, you never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny, inedible fruit?
You look at it.
I like Fitz. Fitz is weird. Okay, soil.
Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
True. Okay,
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
it's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Neat.
Safe to eat, do you think?
Yes.
I'm gonna say no.
Yes! Me munch. Okay, I think we're clear in here for now. Fitz said something about looking back up in this room. Yeah. If not for eats, why is shaped like food? Food.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
There it is, the unfinished portrait of Flora Philo.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
I'm not seeing why he sent us back here. I don't know about that. New horror game concept. If you keep failing at the puzzles, the zombies get voice lines that give you hints. Or they mock you. Wait a minute, that's just Portal. Okay, let's go here. Library. Bugs.
Books about insects.
Awesome.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
No.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you? Yes?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I'm a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me.
Oh no? How come?
Because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
Added Connor to This is your perception of me? This is your perception of me? Wong, get over here in biting range.
A hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator. You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
And disservice yourself.
Well, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
Why
Based.
did you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
Okay, she has a sense of humor. Short, nerdy, silly goober, friend of the sassy girl. Okay, start with this.
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right, but...
Love me that way.
I do not know why. The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Is she laughing?
What? That was an interesting response.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
Nice.
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
Donna, you think she's funny?
I do not know the answer. The
Harp statue.
itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
Apparently we are. Okay, open letter.
Curious.
Troll.
That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is?
She doesn't know what a trowel is.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
Oh.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No.
Whose is it?
In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
Whose is it?
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
Flora is just an old woman with her hyperfixation who is completely nonverbal. She's allowed.
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
She
Accidentally.
was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
Of course. Whose blood, Fifi? We don't readily have a time period that this game takes place in, so it's hard to say if they would have the ability to test for something like that.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There
True.
was no knife found at the crime scene,
True.
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Yeah, the time knife. We've all seen it.
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an
Oh.
inheritance.
They can't.
Doesn't look
make
very
it
happy about
money,
that.
Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them, or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Like who? Like Freya?
Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Mo.
Meow.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil,
Cryptobotanist?
dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? It's just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So,
Oh my
what's your
God.
problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
Okay, that's sus. That's big sus.
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown.
Oh, 44.
Likes, unknown.
I thought she was 58.
Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And
Oh.
how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond. Name,
Or a
Hotshot.
trowel.
Age, unknown. Profession, private detective.
You're right, she didn't recognize what a trowel was. She referred to it as a blade.
Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
Aww. Okay.
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No.
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Oh no.
Good.
Girl.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking.
Aw.
She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
Oh my god.
She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
The tism. Big tism.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Later. Let's investigate the room a little.
A book on the floor. Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it.
Books about nature. A chalkboard.
Okay.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Okay. Some math, we have some geometry. We have some compounds. I'm not sure what this side is. Fundamental entomology. Bug. Bug. I'm gonna assume this becomes useful later in some way.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Off to religion stuff? Absolutely! Have a good one, I hope things go well, and I'll catch you around sometime. This astrology?
Space.
Yeah! Oh, boop!
They're relatively untouched.
Books about geography.
Skip.
Honestly, me too.
Books about ancient history, I think.
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
A boop for the road!
Books about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
Books about nature?
Okay, nothing else is too crazy in here.
Those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
What this?
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
What's a mini Tangle Tower?
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
He wants one. Nice.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of... What do you
Okay,
think?
same stuff. I guess it's just seeing it up close then. Okay, I don't think anything else here is a big pop out for us. This must be Poppy's room, which we did unlock, so yeah, we can hop over. Girl has no bed frame. This is cute though.
New suspect.
Chuck Hughes.
Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
Okay, Grim is a good character.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Oh my god. The rapport.
Save it for the judge.
That's all we get.
A new suspect. Save it for the judge.
Fantastic. Okay, someone has an energy drink addiction, I see.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients,
Not guess anything but innocent.
but there's nothing written on the can.
Is she brewing these herself?
That's even worse.
They legally produced?
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Is this her... Oh, wait. That's us. That's us. Is she doing her own plans? Okay. Poppy? Fits. Or, wait, is this Poppy? No, this is Penelope. Poppy fits Penelope. Forgetting his name, he's the father. This is the mother? We must learn more.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
So I guess that actually is the whole cast besides those two then?
Crystal chandeliers. Extra fancy.
I don't know. They just seem old-fashioned to me. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
Girl doesn't clean. These potato chips?
What's that big book on the desk?
Sure, yeah, the book.
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
It looks like a microscope. A big one.
The one she made when she was 10, perhaps?
Can I touch it?
Breaks immediately.
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
Well, it does have different levels of magnification on it. This is a zoom out. Ooh, we're making this symbol down here. We are. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's start. This is the biggest, so we're probably gonna need to shrink this one the most. Gotta make sure that they overlap in some way. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Not quite right. It's longer there. Maybe that was... Interesting. So what's giving me pause here to think this might be is because these are almost the same length at the bottom here to make this. Unless we layer the 2+ and the 1+. Interesting. Okay. Let's put 3+ here. That's a little promising. Ooh. Ooh.
No, that was it.
Victory.
Nice work.
I like puzzles.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Okay. Secret diary. Is that a pat for a job well done? Okay. It's locked with a strange metal device. Does that mean what we just unlocked, or are we talking about this combo lock that's on top of it? In here? Can we actually read it? No. I think maybe if we go show it to her. Serotonin withdrawal. Understandable.
The stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
Nasty.
No, that is quite beneath me, thank you.
Go on, detective.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Real.
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You can pull off a pipe.
It's the baby face. Okay. Ooh.
That's a whole lot of books.
Okay. I think autosave on. I don't need to quit out completely, but I do want to take Keep pressing escape. Not doing what I think it's gonna do. Yes, I want to take stream break. So I'll just leave us on the screen. It's gonna take about 15 minutes. In that time, I'm gonna take care of myself, have a little snack, meet my needs, and after that, we will be continuing on with moving through Tangle Tower. Okay, y'all, hold tight. I'll be back. Be good. Edit this, edit that. Okay, I am back just a couple minutes early. Because I want to keep going. 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 Yes. Okay. Check this out.
Boxes.
Boxes
Of stuff.
of stuff.
It's a bed.
With no frame.
Barely.
Barely real.
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light.
True.
A simple trick, but it really transforms the space.
Okay, I think we're good in this room for now. Yeah. Let's peek here. Interesting red light.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
Okay.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
Another bear.
Freya's bear.
What do I think of T-Rex and Triceratops becoming the next playables in the coming Isle update? Sounds fun. I'm surprised that such classics were not some of the first things they threw in.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Okay. You know what? This red light is probably a heat lamp. Whatever's in
It's
here.
a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Very bug-themed, this game. Loving it. Hi, Spence. Good to see ya.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate.
Quite the hotel. Oh, we are investigating the bedroom of a murdered woman.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight?
True.
Freya's plants. They must not need brushes, pencils.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
This is what my room would look like if I were a traditional artist.
It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
Cute.
To the casual observer, maybe.
Riley came dressed for the occasion.
They're not real paintbrushes.
Okay.
Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
Cute. Okay, into the correct order. Interesting. Couple of different shapes that we're working with here. This. Yep, that jumped out. Okay. What else? Interesting slant here. None of these puzzles so far have asked us to rotate anything. Go on, tell me to clean something up. Do it. Nothing bad could happen. That shape there is interesting. Okay. That matches this. Also matches. You match. Okay. Okay. Green and blue. Or it could be that blue. This is definitely that shape. This or that? Oh, that's interesting. Pink. This could also be implying that it's supposed to go from shortest to tallest? This... Oh, no. Okay, this isn't the paint color. This is the handle color. So this one's definitely set in stone. Orange has to be here. Maybe it's shortest and tallest for these two. So... this could be it right here. If these are considered to be equivalent heights, this would be shortest, tallest, green, blue, chisel with pink handle. Or that might also be a solution. That does still meet all the requirements. Try this one.
Nothing.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
Okay. Swip that. Oh, nope. Right back where it was.
There we go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Trust the first one.
What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
Okay. Aww. One with red hair, the other with green hair. If this is Poppy on this side, then it would be the trio. You can see the bandstand back there behind them. They all look a little different now, but that very well could definitely be them.
That painting is really something.
Ominous.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
The purpose of it is looming.
Maybe Frey enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Piece of adhesive tape stuck on it. Some kind of notations about it, then? Strange.
It's a fish, I think?
Oh no, poor fish.
I think it looks more like a whale.
I'm not with you on this one, Sally.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
Looks like a koi fish to me.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
Heck no.
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. Drawings taped up on the wall.
Awesome.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
Ah. Okay. Yeah, looks like Poppy and Haksha. Why are they acting like we don't know who these are? We know.
There's no natural light in here at all.
Bit of a shame.
I like it.
Oh, okay, each their own. As long as you get out sometimes.
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
Just here to start beef. Real. She is a contrarian, and that is valid. Okay, I think we're good in here? Nothing else? Nothing else is striking my fancy. Okay, uppies. Workshop. Hi.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
The non-linear game flow doesn't update to acquired knowledge. Yeah, sometimes oversights happen.
And this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
Man wants an adventure.
So, Felix, what exactly do you do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer/treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
Cool.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world.
Okay, so he's married to Miss Mute Lady.
They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yes, Flora.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. She's been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
And is traumatized, for a reason we don't yet know.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
I'll ask you about Freya next.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
I should, just to get the relationship straight, because they feel so wiggly in my head right now still.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
Explains why she has, like, the worst room in the entire house. Like, Fitz has, quote-unquote, the worst room by his own choice. The actual shape, size, that's an alright piece of retail. Freya has a closet that she decorated. Even though we are talking about different sides of the towers, so technically, you know, there is a difference, but.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
Okay, so Fifi is short for Fiona. Good to know.
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables.
Tism.
She makes up the string.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
Aww. Wait, that's so cute. She's switching over to her nickname given by Freya permanently, like in her memory.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
An onion?
Have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant to, because we both wear,
Oh, okay, you made it up.
you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly,
Cool.
It's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
He's full of himself. Okay, letter.
I'm as confused as you are. Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
Okay, ask about the egg.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
True.
Rules to live by.
True. Also, ceramic. That's an interesting thing to note there. It's not like brass or bronze. It's ceramic?
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
Trouble.
I've never seen that before. Looks valuable.
Okay, heart.
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but
Okay.
I can't recall.
The Remingtons.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes.
Oh.
So we shall.
Oh.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
Wait, are we carrying all of this with us? We can't. We're technically not. We have photographs?
It would have been a beautiful painting.
I shouldn't be questioning it.
What a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Oh?
As I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
What if it's a bird? What if it's her with a bird on her hand? That would be interesting. Hey, bird. Hey, bird.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
He was cagey about that.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. That looks like it might belong to...
Okay. Tower.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally.
Oh.
Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
How did that
The
happen?
Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, is less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Ooh.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
Goodness, okay.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I find it comforting.
I mean, you should be documenting stuff if you're doing an actual investigation, so... with them.
Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way.
Yes, capturing their souls for forever.
My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea.
So that might not be Freya, then.
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
True. Okay, here we go.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here.
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
That's sus.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
I don't trust this man.
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
Okay, statement time.
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it.
Wait, no, okay. Fitz is on this side. I said earlier that he might be on the other side. No, he's on this side for sure.
Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window.
Okay, so we get a little peek of what's past his locked room.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course.
Interesting to note that of the elements that are drawn in this room, these books are also drawn. So we might go back and peek those.
Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Okay, we're done with him himself. But his room, however.
Shelf junk.
Nice.
It's a magic lamp.
Genie in there.
Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
Cute.
Puffer fish?
Pufferfish.
Yes. It's also a lamp, for some reason.
Mr. Puff.
It's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light.
Cute.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk.
This man is a Warhammer fan.
Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
A man holding a sword. The model has been hand-painted, but the paint is not skillfully applied. Blue, yellow, black, and white paints. No red. But there's red on the statuette.
The floor is covered in wood shavings. More maps?
No, they're just blank.
Oh.
Box.
Nice. A real treasure chest.
Box. Ooh. I did see some stuff with this puzzle, actually.
There's treasure in there.
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
Okay.
What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map, too.
Creatures are more fun to paint with their scaly textures. Okay. So I didn't see the exacting solution. But what we see in this painting is what we would see if we stood on the X somewhere on this map. So, serpent, birds and tree, mountain. Okay, no. Got it immediately. It's this one. Right? As long as that serpent's on the left. Yes. So, this would be H6, and we would be facing west.
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad. What was in the box?
More wooden models.
Is the red paint?
These are a little different to the one on the desk.
There is red paint. Okay. Oh, look. A bird with a red face. Kinda like a knife with a red tip. A model resembling a child with green hair, woman with gray hair, a red and white bird, broad-shouldered man. Wooden models have been hand-painted. The paint is not skillfully applied. A pot of red paint and a brush is lying nearby. Brush has some dried paint on it. Is this supposed to be Flora's paint? Not Flora, Freya. Was this Freya's paint? Oop.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
The family.
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people. I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it. As you can see.
I love his confidence.
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that.
Interesting.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies.
Agreed.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
We kind of did. What else is there? Suspicion.
So,
Suspicion.
about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
I never said it was suspicious.
Out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
Taking Freya's paints. On lid.
It has the wrong lid on.
You sure about that?
Not entirely.
Come on then. Out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
Okay, so supposed to hit that one, but I thought maybe that a swapped lid would prove it more concrete.
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
It's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
Interesting. These?
Let's take a closer look at this.
The labels. Yep, it's the labels. Right here. It's broken by. Stolen and replaced. And both were left in Thor's tower. Use the murder weapon. How about broken by Felix? But Freya noticed what happened. Lids were swapped to hide it.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? None of this is connected.
Because one's full of blood.
Murder.
Because it's full of blood. Red paint pot. Somehow filled with blood. Before Freya used it to paint Flora. Yes.
That paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
That's definitely something. Right. Fine. Here's the story.
Oh.
I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure.
He's gonna paint with blood.
So I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
It's not full of blood.
I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Well, that's a good question.
Not for the bird.
It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
True. Okay, so I verbally said this. That bird. Wait. No, get back here. That bird with the red face. That's what that's supposed to be in my mind. That's a bird. That's a bird. That's what I'm thinking.
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
So you're real bad on your back.
I would politely describe it as lived in.
Like, nice for a little bit, but not for overnighting.
The entire room is made of wood.
A bird is optimal murder weapon.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
Cool. Okay, I think we're done in here. And we've technically opened everything on the left side. Let's go back to Fifi and ask her about her own journal. Back to much like a bird flu. Oof. Hi! Diary time.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Pages.
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
That's fair. What this?
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
Okay, this.
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
Yeah, there's a store. There is definitely a sore spot with Poppy. Okay. Let's head to the right. Oh. Well, hello, Poppy.
Are you a ghost?
Sally! Unless she is a
It's not a ghost, she's a
It may come
goth.
as a disappointment, but I am alive.
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
No,
What's your name?
my name is Poppy. I'm a pointer and a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
Okay.
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer.
Mm.
The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days, especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. They all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away, definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi, things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
That's fair.
3.5 hours of piano practice, soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5.
Every day.
Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you
Fair.
do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it
Aww.
just you up there?
No, Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
People can appreciate silence between each other. That can be perfectly normal. Okay, 1 second. Change up my situation. So we never actually got a statement from Fitz, it looks like. We're gonna have to loop back around. We will ask Poppy about Fitz.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
Okay. Cute.
Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
Guess we're gonna get a nice rhyme for everyone then.
Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some 4 walls make around a room. Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
Nice.
With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
That's not concerning at all.
Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
She have one for herself.
That's me.
No.
On a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
The tone shift on that.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
Two people enjoying the silence for 3 conversations and then marry me. Okay. With those 2 characters, I could see it.
Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Never seen him use it.
Sus.
Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that.
Just 2 goths. Okay, harp.
What do you make of this statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Okay.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody. This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
Introvert relationship goals. Each their own.
Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do.
True.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice.
Cute.
Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
Might be a little sharp.
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it. Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. What was inside?
Nothing.
Just like my soul. Fell asleep. We have moved through the whole left side of the building. We acquired some interesting pieces, but I'm not specifically suspicious of anyone. Like, I don't have someone to really pin. I do think the knife in this painting, however, is a bird.
When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. I should have never said anything.
Okay, she's blaming herself for the turmoil. Tracking giggles. Who tracks that?
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Ooh.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
That's an interesting take.
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone? Or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Absolutely.
Trying to manipulate you.
Ooh. Okay.
So there are 2 families living in Tangle Tower?
3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask. That means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
She walked. Goodness.
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
That's a way of putting it.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The 3 of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there. There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Okay.
Ask her about it.
So between Poppy's story and Felix's story, everything is accounted for who's going in and out, except for someone leaving the room before Poppy ran down to get Fifi. Almost everyone is accounted for in that story, though. Okay, there's her... Oh, one of these is the bedroom. I think that's the bedroom. Let's go talk to Fifi about the book. It's the current state of Graham. Soft and needy. Somewhere outside my room, doing cat things. Suspicion time. Check use.
Your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and... This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
I'm gonna try this one.
It's not a diary at all.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
I'm gonna try somebody else's diary.
It's somebody else.
Snack spam.
How could you arrive
Snacks,
at that
ma'am.
conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
In case you don't know what that does, the normal cost to drop a snack has been reduced from 50 points to 5 points for everyone for the next few minutes. Enjoy.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
I don't know if we have the material to compare that with. Need more men. Maybe the drawings.
That kinda makes sense, but no.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Oh, I didn't even catch that! I didn't even catch that! Oh, I didn't even catch that! Okay, right here. Okay. Somewhat similar to the secret diary, which proves it belongs to Freya.
This blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Is the same thing.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
Okay.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Thank you. I hope you're having a good day, by the way. We're currently playing Tangle Tower, which is a lovely Professor Layton or Phoenix Wright styled game with gorgeous animations and a murder mystery. You can actually pick this game up for as low as $10, along with 400 and more other games in the itch.io California Fire Relief Bundle, which is pinned up top. There's some other great games in there, like you can grab Octodad, Cat Lateral Damage, and Super Lesbian Animal RPG. Diary. Her bedroom. Interesting. Didn't want anyone to see. I'm not too sure about this one. Didn't want anyone to see. A secret letter within Freya's diary.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see a secret letter within Freya's diary. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. Freya didn't want anyone to see a secret letter within Freya's diary. Nope.
Okay, we were closer here. Well, we could just swap that.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Okay, so about her.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend. but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Okay.
Finally. What's in there?
Okay, so these aren't like articles that I can click into, they're their own thing. It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them, all 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. Okay. Let's talk to you about the diary again.
Book.
Nothing else?
Book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Okay, that's the same dialogue, despite us having changed the nature of it. Interesting. Okay, we didn't investigate this room very thoroughly.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's gotta practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Ooh. That is interesting. Noticeable crack running along the length of the horn statue. Huh. That's 2 cracked instruments.
Oh, whatever it is, it's
Well, it
what's
is.
with all the broken glass?
Don't need to do that again.
1 old wooden bookcase.
I don't trust those candles that close to those books.
25 dry old books. 4 lit candles.
A fire waiting to happen.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
There might not be too much more in this room, but that statue was definitely good to grab.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty. So I'm guessing nobody.
It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
I like that. Okay. Tell me about this.
Look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
Interesting. Okay, I don't think there's much else of interest in here. Let's go up here. It's a study? No, this is the aviary. Ooh. Oh, pretty. Okay.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Her hair color?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely. And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
You say with red hair?
Oh, the detective?
Red dyed hair.
Delightful. Penny Pointer. Pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Fellow Aquarius.
Travel. Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
No.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
She speaks so punchy.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Okay,
Who are you
Fitz.
talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz, is not really the traveling type, you see.
Okay,
Fitz fellow.
confirmed.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
Alright, talk about yesterday.
Early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That, and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Help him with the work in the greenhouse.
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
Oh,
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course. And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
lovely. Okay. Start here.
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. They'll all be lies.
Why
My
would
God.
you lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake.
Wow.
Looks like one too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
Wow, okay.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
Don't remember asking for your input.
That was a good one.
She mostly ignores me if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
I mean, you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into.
Real?
People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
Yeah, I see that. I definitely see that.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabel, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandra, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
Oh, that's adorable.
First birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things. A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
Yeah,
I
it tracks.
admire her though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix. I said it.
I like Penny.
She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Oh.
For which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
Interesting. Okay. So I don't know why Hawkshaw is here to begin with. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind.
What about this?
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think?
Yeah.
It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
Oh wait, trowel.
Did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
He broke into his
Found
stuff.
it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them.
Be smart.
But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look.
What else? Egg.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
Yeah, I like Penny.
Hello.
Oh, she likes
And
Goss.
This juicy little number.
She likes
We
Goss.
don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
Oh my
It
god.
wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
Cute.
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone.
Oh.
On account of it belonging to her mother.
Oh,
Cute.
Oh yes, adorable.
that is adorable.
Bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
Doesn't like Poppy and Fitz together?
Freya doesn't take very good care of her pains, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me.
That's
I
fair.
find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew.
Well, yeah, she's an artist.
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. Ooh, a secret diary.
The squeal.
That's our guess too.
Excellent. It's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years. Machine wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that.
Goodness.
No. Any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
That's not what your tone says.
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no.
Oh my god.
Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist.
Wow. Wow.
I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though.
Okay then. Statement.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too.
That's weird.
I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Okay. She has quite the scowl right now.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
After I poke this butterfly.
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Look. Shush.
Wow, judgmental.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
ADHD moment. Okay. She said she has 4. Where's the 4th?
I don't like mirrors. Can't steal your soul.
Okay, things Sally doesn't like. Natural sunlight and mirrors.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Fair.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
Interesting. Vampire confirmed. That'd be cool.
They're bird cages. But the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
Okay, let's ask her about her birds.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you. Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all 3 of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest. Tabitha is the most patient. And Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
She said she has 4 birds. And that's a hat, so...
Oh, that's rather sad.
Yeah, I realized I missed that one. Interesting. Okay. Think we're good in here. That little flower almost looks like her. Goodness.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
We get from Fitz. With an unusual shape. Looks very healthy and well looked after. Yeah, this is from Fitz. Game got content. Big time.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Puzzle.
Nope. They're wooden.
Puzzle, puzzle, puzzle.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Is there a clue?
Reset the puzzle.
Don't readily have a goal in mind.
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the birds are arranged. Something to do with those white lines.
Well, yes. I don't see a specific goal, though. Yeah, they absolutely can just go back and forth. Tell me a story about your aunt's idiot friend? Absolutely. Also, why would we need to reset it?
Reset the puzzle.
Two, three, 6, 7 of them. Can I get another hint if I just poke them again?
Nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
Could it be the family tree? If we go down to the family tree,
Rest my brain.
will we see something like that?
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
That's cute.
A little bedtime reading.
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels.
Your trip to Bali? Pardon if that's Balai. Had more chocolate filling than we could eat, and she was very adamant about feeding a street dog. Yelled at her that dogs can't eat chocolate. She says this one can, with zero basis or explanation. They can have a small amount of chocolate before it does bad things to their liver. Same with onion. So, yeah, not a great choice.
And
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
Cute.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence. Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude. Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them. Penny's books. Mostly novels.
Okay. I'm gonna run down to the family tree.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
We're looking for 7. Oh, look on the right there. Oh, you guys can't see that at all because of the capture. Around this side of the screen, there is a bird with a red face. Very interesting. Okay, 7. Okay, Penelope's here. Okay, so Penny and Poppy are half sisters? Poppy and Fiona are cousins. No. Poppy and Fifi are cousins. Freya is distantly related to all of them. Like, that is not a super close comparison. Well, okay, they're not that far cousins. They're like only once removed, I think. Brain saw the puzzle and wants to solve. The other half the brain wants to slay the other side. I'll take a hint about the bird puzzle. They all have different eye positions and expressions. That's the other thing, but I couldn't think of a good way for them to be connected. Aunt and her crowd's personality are just difficult for you to describe. You just clash with her a lot, especially because you are lower than her in the pecking order.
It's a birdhouse.
Yeah. Whenever people are self-assured in their wrongness, it can be frustrating. Yeah, I didn't see anything in the family tree that made me think it was related. So it's gotta be, like, self-contained. They're not giving me a clue that says, hey, you can't just solve this right now. We can't just put them in, like, a rainbow order. We can't. I can make them look at each other. Ooh, hold on. Maybe it's the colors being added to each other. Can move a buddy? Absolutely, we can move a buddy. So, adding these together, make green. Adding white This medium green would make this light green. Adding green and red would make a brown, so maybe brown's in the inside. But then we can't, quote-unquote, make green if that's what this is. If it's color mixing. Could make light green. Is there a clue about sequential order? They've not really given me any clue about this. They just kind of presented these birds. I'm gonna be so real. Okay. Yellow, blue, green. Well, okay, the one clue that we have is that we're supposed to value the lines. The lines that are painted in white are especially important somehow. And that's kind of why I'm, like, quote-unquote, adding them together in a way. Because if these are somehow additive, then it's always 2 equaling 1, and they have to all equal the same thing to get to the middle point, if that's how it works. The door does nothing, I can tell you that. Nothing special with touching the lines either. It is just swapping birds. The other question is, do the eyes and the beak shapes mean anything? What if I just...
Nope. There must be some logic to how the birds are arranged. Something to do with those white lines.
Yeah, that's quote-unquote the hint. Seeing the eye change when you move it from one spot to another. Yeah, the eyes themselves don't change when you switch where the birds are. The eye shapes are unique to the birds themselves, like same with the mouths. So red plus green would be brown.
Nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
They also tend to give you a hint when you're close, I think?
I guess that's wrong.
It's a family tree. The colors and eyes combine as they go down the family line.
So I was kind of thinking quote-unquote correctly.
You'll need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
Okay. So then the horizontal lines are quote-unquote marriages, which means that it should be this. So it's not everything adds into this, it's everything cascades down.
I got it.
I'm impressed.
Boom. That's the hint I needed.
Did the door open? What's in there?
What? That's concerning. Hey, Penny. The fuck's this?
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope, you'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Otter's
What's the
bitch.
her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
Wow.
Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Doesn't get that it was supposed to be her.
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
It's supposed to look like you, girl. You don't get it. Aww. Okay. Poppy's room. What is this?
Octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's a metronome for keeping time.
Cute. Puzzle.
It's ticking.
That it is.
Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the hoop at the same time. Okay. These symbols are all combinations of the other symbols. It looks like we're always going counterclockwise with them. That wasn't hard.
I did it.
That wasn't hard at all. The bird puzzle was way more confusing for me to understand.
Not bad. What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
It's a photograph.
Oh, is this the other third?
Part of a photograph.
Oh. This was Poppy? Which means that, yeah, that little pink cassette was also Poppy. Oogie.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's
Ja-
ask Poppy about it.
J'accuse. Let's do this real quick.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
Occultism, corruption art.
Sheet music, presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
It's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Okay. If I knew more about music notation, I could try and hum that.
There's a name for this kind of piano.
I think it's an upright.
You know, these ones that stand upright.
Well, there we go.
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
Agreed.
Hi.
Big agree.
That is the bed of a vampire.
Good. As it should be.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
Also that.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back. Anything in the wardrobe?
Okay, I get unlocking puzzle box, but looking through someone's wardrobe feels weird.
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
A lamp. It is most definitely turned off.
Candles.
Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles.
I'm gonna have to count.
Wouldn't want it to be dark in here.
Oh, yep, 7 exactly. Okay. Boop.
A big glass door.
With a
Leads out
lock.
into a garden.
With a lock.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Yes. Okay, Oh. Interesting. So this would be the positions that they were in on the other side.
Still
All
on.
4 tiles have a moon symbol.
Those other symbols look like suns. Surely that's something to do with it?
8 shades of black, Cloud's alt skin in Smash
I
Bros.
think it is, but in an abstract kind of way.
Something happened.
Okay. So the other puzzle is going to be 3 on the bottom, 1 on the top.
That must be it.
Well, kind of 3 on the bottom, 2 on the top.
And the door's still locked.
Gotta open from the other side. With the other puzzle,
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
Okay, when we go back to the other side, we will have this thing open. But for now... Poppy! J'accuse! Hi.
I need to
J'accuse!
confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It is.
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. Never own anything like that.
Why not?
Lying.
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
Easy. Let's go.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Boop. The garden matches the pink cassette player. Used by Poppy in this old photo.
Cassette tape found in the garden matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo. Almost. Maybe just change one
Oh, found in the garden. No, not that.
The
Boop.
pink cassette tape
There we go.
found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
That is.
Not anymore. Boop. Boop. There we go. Easy.
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your 2 best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
Reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Yeah, the fact that we have cracked instruments and cracked... It just feels like there was some kind of sonic explosion, you know? Or like something was stuffed into the gramophone. Missing the juicy progression? Oh, we just confronted Poppy about her used to liking pink. And, you know, her definitely having given the cassette. We could wrap here, but... How long is this game supposed to be? Let me really quickly check. Main story might be about 5 hours, 40 minutes. Don't you agree, my characters? Don't you agree, my characters? We could save this for a second stream. That is what I'm thinking. It's not exactly a halfway point, but we almost have 2 hours left. Possibly more if we go through everything the game has to offer. A pretty brunette. You're a goober. Yeah. Okay, autosave is on. Quit to title. Yeah. Okie freaking dokie then. Oh, that's not what I meant to click. That's not what I meant to click. Let's go into studio mode. Da, 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 da. Oop. I just don't want to look at it. I have got to pick someone to raid now. Who is currently on? I'm seeing Art, Citizen Sleeper, Art, Among Us, Art. I don't know what hack / infection is. Could be interesting. Let me poke my nose into that stream. Oh, they have a really cute pixel art stinger for their starting soon. Yeah, we haven't raided them before, I don't think. We'll raid Fisk. And hopefully the game will be interesting. Raid guys. Do not. /raid Fiskful. Okay. Fisk is a doggy VTuber. I know a good few people who absolutely speak highly by them, and it looks like they're playing some kind of game themed around hacking and viruses. So I hope that's a fantastic time. And as per usual, be good to streamer, be good to each other, most importantly be good to yourselves as well, and I'll catch you around sometime. Ta-ta, have a good one.